Pardon?
I said I was going to sell it.
You were going to sell it. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
stole it from what? One of the vehicles that you broke into or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then you get sent back to jail again. And then you get out
in the
again
basement.
in 2015 on good
We're
time
rolling more
release
time, you
at
guys. It's that late night
8/30 of
stream, man.
2015. Speaking of revocations,
You
and
know,
then on
that,
9/10,
the last
you're
Brigalian
revoked again for the simple burglary and 2 counts of attempted
wife
simple
sitting over there in
burglary
the
and
corner. This is
admitting to
star-studded
using
event,
marijuana
man.
and cocaine.
I don't know how long
I
this
mean, you
event's
were
gonna
right
last.
back in.
I'm just gonna be honest, but
Yes, ma'am.
we're here.
No, not that long.
It ain't gonna be long.
I don't have anything
We're
else
here.
to say.
So, Mr. McLean,
Here for right now.
how long you been in jail this
She
time?
was laying down, but as soon as I walk away,
9 years. It's the longest.
no,
I've
no, I just said, hold on, let me finish.
my
Whenever
entire life.
James Brown walks away,
This took something out
where'd
of me.
James go?
I've never been
Oh.
locked up this long.
Look,
Never.
Yeah.
that's good. I love that.
What do you think, what took you so long to figure it out?
About her, I love that.
Since you've been in jail this 9 years, it was fairly recently, since you smoked the mojo and
high
fell on your
tea,
knees. Why did it take
berry
you all that time to
tea.
say, I don't want this life anymore? What took so long?
Well, sometimes it take a long time
This
for
from
others. And it took
Tonic.
this long for me
I
to
drink no
realize.
more. You said
Like
what?
I said before, this ain't how I wanna live my life, locked up in jail. I wanna better my life, not worsen my life.
See what we got here.
I'm
Okay.
sorry to say it took these many times for me to come to prison, for me to realize that this ain't where I wanna be at. Because I'm not accomplished nothing
Definitely
locked up here in jail. And when I can go out there and work
black or
and work for what I want. And
blueberry.
that's what I'm planning on doing.
Oh, let's get it going, you guys.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Prepared to vote? Mr. Barra?
Oh, they done already
Mr.
started without me.
McLean, today I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole based on your 9 felony habitual offender record with a high risk of reoffense through the risk tools and your failure to keep a clean write-up record since the last hearing. I mean, you had to know that was very important, and you're still getting write-up between the last hearing that you're trying to come back in front of us and get us to let you go. So for those reasons, I'll have to vote to deny your parole at this time, but continue to be write-up free for a little bit longer of a time and reapply, keep taking some more classes, and we'll reconsider you later.
So me myself though, I probably won't reapply no more. I just
Well,
probably.
let us finish voting. Let us
Okay.
finish voting. Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Byram, and I guess you said law enforcement opposition, all the rest and law enforcement opposition.
All right, Mr. McLean, I agree with my colleagues. You know, your history is not anything we can hang our hat on to feel like you'll succeed. I believe you finally have turned the corner. I do. But based on the opposition that's been expressed in the record, your criminal history, your write-up history, my vote today is to deny. And I will encourage you, when you do get out on your good time date, take some more classes, and I think you might be able to move that date forward. But I would like to add a special condition to the good time release certificate that you be required to attend 2 AA meetings a week with your friend. But today, sir, your parole's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
Our business, we're gonna sign off at 9:42.
Listen to me. You
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're now at St. Tammany Parish on Thursday, July 18, 2024. It's 9:48 a.m. Good morning. Would the officer please introduce yourself for the record?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Thank you, Corporal Lott, for accommodating us this morning. And we have Mr. Thompson. Good morning.
Good morning to you, miss. How you doing?
Good, thanks for asking. Mr. Thompson, let me introduce us to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. This is Mr. Danny Byra to my left and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. All right, we're panel today and we're here for revocation decision. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't seen you in so long. You look totally different.
Well,
I used to be a trustee in Angola in the early 80s, and you had came through the front gate.
oh,
I was a
okay.
cook.
That's been a while. I guess you changed too.
Thank you. I'm almost 60.
All right, look, we're here for a revocation decision. I'm gonna read the allegation against you. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we'll have a conversation about it. But first do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that information on that form, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer today. Are you ready to proceed?
Well, I had requested for a lawyer, but they told me that as long as I could read and write the English language, they denied it.
Right, you said you weren't eligible for it. So are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, and then no. Let me explain why. Because the victim, as well as the witnesses, she has all the proper evidence of.
You can tell us about that. You can tell us about that once we get into our interview, but are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, well, let's move forward. All right, Mr. Thompson, you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and first is condition number 3. And condition number 3 states the address on your good time parole certificate on West Chestnut Street in Lacombe, which is where you resided since you were released from prison November 15, 2023. On May 16, 2024, you were informed you're no longer allowed to have contact with Idel Batiste, and you would not be able to go back to live at the residence on West Chestnut Street due to reported threats that were made. Due to being a sex offender, you're required to live in an approved residence. On May 20th, 2024, you provided the address 312 Clearwood with no contact person or phone number. The parole officer attempted to make contact with someone at that 312 Clearwood address. However, there was no answer at the door. The officer left his business card in the door with a note to contact him. On May 23rd, 2024, another attempt was made to contact someone at that address. Having knocked numerous times, there was no answer at the door. The officer observed his business card that he left on May 21st, still in the door, so that address is denied. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3 about the approved residence?
I like to plead not guilty with a statement if it's all right with you.
Yeah, and we'll get your statement when Mr. Byra, your case has been assigned to, Ms. Stapleton. She'll take the lead on the interview and she'll take your statement. But let's finish with the allegations first. So that's not guilty with a statement to number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we have number 4, condition number 4. You engaged in criminal activity when you obtained, possessed, and ingested cocaine as evident by the drug screen administered to you April 8, 2024, which showed positive results for cocaine. So how do you plead to violating number 4?
I would like to also plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Then we have condition number 10. You failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You're currently $350 in arrears, having never submitted a payment. How do you plead to number 10?
Well, I lost my job, boy. How the hell?
No, you can tell us about that, but you have to plead guilty or,
Okay, I want to plead not guilty with a statement.
and then number 13 says you had a special condition, which was pay your $65 processing fee. You failed to pay any money towards your $65 processing fee and your arrears on that fee. How do you plead to violating that condition?
Same as the last, Your Honor.
Is, say it out, you gotta say it. What is it?
Not guilty. Not guilty. I want with a statement.
Say it. Okay, I got it. All right, as I said, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
Um,
Stapleton.
So I know that you're going to have a statement with everything, okay? I understand what you said on there. So the first situation is that you were supposed to live at a certain address on Chestnut Street in Lacombe, Louisiana. And then we have that you weren't there. And then you gave an address at 325 Clearwood Drive, Slidell, Louisiana, correct? And that wasn't an approved address.
There is I can explain right now.
Yeah, come.
You may not believe this, but this is all this has been read. If you allow me to explain, and you can be the judge for yourself. On May the 13th, Mrs. Idea Baptiste received a telephone call on her cell phone at her house. She called me out of the kitchen and told me that sex offender registration at the courthouse in Compton want to speak to me. So when I get on the phone, Mrs. Angie Cooks asked me, could I come in a week ahead of time because she wasn't going to be in on Friday. I said, well, when would you prefer me to come in? I could do that for you. She said, well, come in tomorrow morning at 8:30. I came there at the courthouse at 8 o'clock. When I get to the courthouse to go in there for my annual registration, a couple of deputies after hearing me told me, excuse me, what is your name? And I told him, I said, Ron Thompson. He said, well, you the guy I was told to come get. I said, come get for what? He said, I was told to lock you up for a speeding ticket that was 2.5 years old. He said, I was told to arrest you for a speeding ticket. I said, 2.5 years ago, I was in prison. He said, hey, I know what you mean. He said, that ticket was supposed to be done away with. He brought me over to the police station. And he got on the computer. He said, man, you is right. He said, this ticket's over 2.5 years ago. He said, you was in prison. I said, I was telling you that. He said, well, I'm still got to lock you up. So they brought me over to the jail. As soon as I get in the lobby at the holding tank, they stripped me completely naked and they put me on suicide watch without my permission, without me requesting it. They stripped me naked and I was denied a phone call for 4 days straight. They finally took me off and allowed me to make a phone call. And my bum was already preset for the $60, $70 ticket. And so when I get on the phone and call Mrs. Idell, which is my girlfriend, I've been living with her for 5 years at that address, Mr. David Belfont shows up in the holding tank and tells me, you can no longer live at that address. I said, why? He would never tell me why. And I said, I've been living at this address for 5 years since 2019. I have never had a confrontation or argument with anyone.
Well, let me tell you why. This is why. It's because Miss Adele Baptiste said that you had been threatening her and that you had been drinking alcohol.
Okay.
She didn't want you there, so there was an order of protection.
Okay.
So that was the end of that one. So that's what happened.
Okay. She said she went to the hearing. If you look at that paper, she came to the hearing up here, the revocation hearing.
I see that, and that's not unusual. And then I read where she said that that this man has never ever threatened me, and that he helps me around the house and he cooks and cleans and he bathes her, and I haven't had a good bath since the man has been in jail. And that she's opposed to and she's not opposed to Parole Thompson living with her. So So that's not unusual for that to happen.
Obviously, he didn't take the word for it because take her word or my word. He started going along with this issue. So she went to the people and got a documentation notarized. The people notarized to say the registration, and she tried to get the power of attorney, and she went to the courthouse to try to get telephone law books from the courthouse. They wouldn't give it to her. And
Let me
then,
ask you something. How did you come up with the next address? 312 Clearwood Drive, Slidell. Where did that come from?
that's my old work partner. That's my work partner, and just so happened he had got in a domestic dispute or argument with his old lady, and he's locked up here.
Well, okay,
That's what
so,
happened.
so you used that address, so when they approached you and asked you about this other situation, how come it didn't come out? Why did you change your address then? Because, I mean, they didn't come, this address, you did.
Because Miss, I didn't know what was going on. I told you, with all due respect, they strip me naked, throw me in the tank. 4 days later, the man come to see me, just straight out of the sky blue, told me I gotta get somewhere. So I'm wondering why.
Okay, okay, so number 3. So you did give them another address and it says, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I must move from the address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so.
You know, I did that without thinking because when I kept asking him why, he would never tell me why, Miss.
All right, so he went there like was read to the new address. You never were there. And then at one point, Mr. Philip Pierce was there and he said that was his residence. And he stated that he did not know parolee, Ron Thompson. So let's move on from that, okay?
Can I ask you a question, Miss?
Okay.
My witness or the victim, she has signed notification paperwork authorized, it's been notarized, and she could testify to herself.
She's not here.
Okay, but you couldn't call her?
Well, no, that's what Zoom is for. She could have called in on Zoom. So we're gonna go to number 4, okay? It says, that you possessed and ingested cocaine as evident by a drug screen administered, and you showed positive for cocaine. You said you, have a statement with that one. What's your statement?
Not guilty, Miss. I have paperwork. Miss Idea Baptiste got all the paperwork, notarized and everything from Slidell Memorial Hospital. It's showing that the doctor, I fell off the job off the top of a house and I was injected with morphine for pain and they prescribed me medicine and I went to Robert Road Accent Health and they gave me a prescription for oxycodone. That's what that was.
Okay, so the prescription bottles that were sent in, one of them in your name, or your name, was a muscle relaxer, and the other one was ibuprofen, 600 milligrams. It was not hydrocodone. You may have thought it was, but it wasn't.
She grabbed the wrong bottles off the dresser. I got numerous bottles on the dresser. She grabbed the wrong one. She's 70 years old and I'm 60 years old. She grabbed the wrong bottles. All you have to do is call her. Everything I'm telling you is the truth.
Okay, let's move on from there, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You are currently $315 in arrears. Now, you said that you were behind on that because you hadn't worked, but you just now said you fell off a roof because you were working.
That's when I ain't been out for 6 months out of jail. I fell off the top of a house and they had to take me to Slidell Memorial Hospital. And the lady doctor that was there, she hurried up and shot me with morphine in my hip. I have the paperwork from Slidell Memorial. If you would call me, so I did. Everything is signed and notarized. But y'all won't let her in the jail so she could testify or so you can see the paperwork yourself.
Not my job. Okay, so, and then the last is a special condition for $65 processing fee. What you got to say about that?
I didn't have no money to pay it.
Okay.
It ain't like I wouldn't pay it.
All
Because
right. Well, I'm gonna move it along to my other colleagues to see if they have any questions for you.
Mr. Bauer?
I have no question.
All right, and I don't have any questions either, Mr. Thompson. It's unfortunate that Miss Idell is not here today. Everything we have in the record points to your violations.
I haven't committed a crime. There's nothing in the paperwork that said I committed crime.
Thompson, you violated the conditions of your parole. I think we are prepared to vote, Mrs.
Yes.
Stapleton.
I vote to revoke your parole based upon violation of 3, 4, 10, and 13 conditions.
Mr. Barrow,
I vote to revoke your parole for the same reason as mistaken.
Mr. Thompson, the evidence that we have in the record refutes the statement you've made to us. So my vote today is I find you guilty of violating the conditions of your parole. My vote today is to also vote. Good luck to you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our business at St. Tammany. It's 10:03.
Can I ask a question before y'all?
Which folder?
All right. Good morning. Mr. Wilton, patio? Can you hear us? You're on mute. Can you unmute it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Terrebonne Parish on Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It's 10:08 a.m. Is there any officer or staff in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
By yourself, okay. Would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
I'm Wilton Patio. My DOC number is 475289.
All right, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We are here this morning for a revocation decision. Do you have any paperwork with you?
Um,
Is that a parole revocation questionnaire? Yeah. Is that your
Yes.
signature at the bottom of that page, sir?
yes, ma'am.
And based on the information or your answers to those questions, it's determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me acknowledge, we have Ms. Freeman here on Zoom with us, and at the appropriate time, we'll ask her for her remarks. First, let me read some identifying information. Well, I'm going to read the allegations against you, excuse me, after which you'll enter a guilty or not guilty. Okay.
Okay.
Here, whatever Ms. Freeman has to say, and then we'll have our interview with you. Mr. Barra will take the lead on the interview. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and this is what, in specific condition number 2, you did not report during the months of July, September, October, November, and December 23 and January 24. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
Then there's condition number 3. You moved from your last reported address of 405 Terry Street without notifying your officer. The address of your recent arrest was at 6060 East D, which you did not report to your officer. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Condition number 4, you've been involved in criminal activity as evident by your arrest January 3rd, 2023 by the Rain Police Department for the charge of domestic abuse battery with a child present. The charge for domestic abuse with child endangerment in the 615th Judicial District Court was dismissed May 6, 2024. Court records also reflect Katie Freeman signed an affidavit of non-prosecution March 27, 2024. How do you plead violating condition number 4?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Lastly is number 10. You have only paid $10 since your release from incarceration. Your last payment was made August 12th, 2023, and you're currently in arrears $746. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Would you, well, let's first hear from Ms. Freeman. Ms. Freeman, what would you like us to know before we start our interview?
Ma'am?
What would you like us to know? You want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I do want to speak on behalf of Wilton. His address, he did report his address to the parole officer. The parole officer would come to our old home and visit him. And he told Wilton all he had to do when we moved was text him his new address. Wilton texted the new address. He also would speak to the parole officer on the phone with every now and then. Wilton was home, I want to say a week, and the reason why he was home was because the parole officer said he was coming make a visit with Wilton for him to text him the new address again. They sent Will home from offshore. He came home. He was home for a week. He texted the parole officer and tried to call him multiple times to let him know that he was home. The new address, he's never got a reply. So I don't feel like he was absconding anything because he was speaking to the parole officer on the phone. The domestic incident never happened. I was arguing outside with a neighbor and the police got called. And when the police got called, they assumed me and Wilton were arguing, and I kept telling them no. They also spoke to my 13-year-old son and pulled him to the side. And my 13-year-old son said that me and Wilton never got into a physical altercation. They still decided to take him to jail because they said that somebody was lying. They spoke to the neighbor. The neighbor said that me and her were arguing. that me and Wilton were never arguing. So those charges got dismissed.
Okay, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Barra will be asking Mr. Patio some questions.
I got a question for her.
Yep. Yeah.
You have no fear of this man whatsoever?
No, ma'am. No,
Never
sir.
touched- He's never touched you,
We,
right?
no, sir. We live together.
And you're asking us to let him go. That's right. That's what you're asking for today?
I'm asking that, yes, for him to get back to work because I am struggling financially to take care of the bills and our children together.
How long have y'all been together?
Been together 8 years.
All right. All the questions I have first.
Can I ask a question? Ms. Freeman, are you still there, ma'am? I want to ask you something
Yes,
because,
ma'am.
because in the report here, it says that your right eye was purple and black. That wouldn't be a neighbor that would have done that. What happened there? Uh-oh, you froze up.
That was a fight I got into in the street. I've told the cops that a week that a black eye. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
See,
Okay.
Okay.
I had been having a black eye. That black eye never came from Wilton. I told the police officers that. And the two of the officers stated that if he would have hit me, I wouldn't have had a black eye right then and there. The sergeant that was on duty that night said that he did not believe me. He said, sir, he said he did not hit her. So that's when they asked if they could speak to my 13-year-old. They pulled my 13-year-old to the side outside, and he stated that Wilton never hit me. Whenever the officer came back in, he said the child said that no physical altercation ever occurred, that Miss Freeman didn't hit Wilton and Wilton didn't hit Miss Freeman. And that's when they said they still was going to take him to jail because they did not believe nobody. But he did not give me that black eye. I had gotten a fight on the streets.
well, the child was present when all of this took place. And it's really traumatic on a child to be put in a position to call the police or talk to the police or anything like that. And so even if the child did see things, they would recant later because they don't want to get in trouble with their parents. So this is a bad situation for the child to be in and for us to be in, because I think the child believes something different. So I just wanted to ask you.
No problem. But Wilson did not hit me.
I have another question for you. On the record, the police report says that Caitlin Freeman stated that she and her live-in fiance, Wilson Patio, were having an argument about him cheating on her. Officer observed, officer asked Miss Caitlin, okay. Were y'all having an argument?
I was not having when they were talking to me about my black eye, I told them that me and him argued for cheating and that I would fight in the street a girl. That's how they got the black eye. I never stated that me and him were arguing that day, and the day he got arrested. I never said that. They asked me about my black eye, and I stated that that's how I got my black eye, not from him, from arguing in the street about him cheating.
And it says that you gave Officer Reagan a statement that she was at home when Patio arrived and he came after her. So she went into her son's room and told him to call the police. Is that
I don't
officer?
recall that.
That's what the police officer is right now. I mean, I don't. Okay, so you don't remember none of that?
No, I was outside.
All right, thank you for your input. Yeah,
No, we're ready for Mr. Patio.
okay.
Mr. Patio, answer Mr. Barra's questions, please.
Okay, on violation number 2, report monthly. You said you had a statement about that. You pled not guilty. What's the statement about that?
When I first was released and I got out and went straight to work. And when I first seen him, he's he understood that you know I work in the oil field and I work 24-hour calls, so I'm mostly on the go. And he gave me a, a stack of the monthly reports. He told me just to call him or text him to let him know when I'm in. And I would do just exactly as he would ask. It's just that the monthly reports, being that I probably would be home a day or two, I never got a chance to turn them in. It's not like I just was not doing it. I still have the stacks home. I just haven't got a chance to turn them in.
That's
I
the
got
problem.
picked up. I got picked up at work at the heliport.
All right. What you just said is what's the problem? You didn't send the reports in like he asked you to. So he couldn't say that you were reporting monthly. And that's, the condition says that you will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month for until you complete your supervision, and that you also report to the parole officer when ordered to do so. So you did actually violate number 2 by not sending a monthly report in. Do you understand that?
I I understand what you're saying. I understand what
You
you're
were
saying,
sending
but
him a text, right? You sending him a
yeah,
text, not sending a report.
right.
But the report was actually more important than the text, to tell you the truth.
I'm sorry, sir, but he didn't you know he really didn't say that it it was
Well, he
this.
didn't have to say, I hate to interrupt you, but he didn't have to say it. You signed it. It's written on the conditions of your parole. It's what you agreed to when you were released on parole. So it's your responsibility to do that. Not him follow up with you every time. It's your responsibility to get him the report. That's the miscommunication, obviously, y'all having and part of the problem today. So you answered that question good enough. How about number 3? You pled not guilty on that one with a statement that you live at the place. If you move from the address, you get permission before doing so. What's your statement for that one?
Basically, Miss my fiance basically told you exactly how it went. Like I asked him before I could move, before I moved, that can I move? He said yes, for me to let him know when I move. Once I moved, which was actually 2 months later, and I texted him the address, and I constantly, he would talk to me on the phone. He would call me while I'm at work. I don't understand, you know, the miscommunication really came in with this situation.
That one you think is just a miscommunication.
Yes.
And number 4, the criminal activity, we've been through that one back and forth already. Unless you had anything to add to that, well, we already discussed.
No, sir.
Right. And then number 10, pay the money you owed. And it says that you haven't been paying. You've only paid $10 since you've been released incarceration, and you've been working every day.
Okay,
A month.
this is what me and him came to an agreement with. Being that we had just moved, I moved my family from I want to say the ghetto to a better environment. He kind of understood, and I asked him, I'm like, could you would you be okay if I just pay it all out at the right before I get off to save up some money, because we had our rent is higher. You you know we are paying more money a month. So he was like, okay. It's just that I ended up getting being here before I even got a chance to even pay it out.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you've been in jail since March?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All
I
right,
do have one more. If you get out, you still got that job waiting on you, or you have to go look for another job?
No, sir, I still have it.
And what is it?
Quality Energy Services. I'm a wireline operator.
what kind of operator?
Wireline?
But that's not offshore, is it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we're prepared to vote, Mr. Barron?
I find that you guilty on every one of these violations. You know, whether it be by misunderstanding, by, you didn't do what the parole officer told you to do. However, I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole today anyway.
Thank you.
But on the condition that you report in person once a month, no matter what the parole officer tells you. You show up over there and you hand them your paper. That's gonna be the condition, because you see how this text stuff and miscommunications can happen. You see where it ended you up.
I'm
Don't
most
leave it
definitely-
out to the text. Don't, because it's not the parole officer's job to go and find you every month and get that report from you. It's your job to get that to him. You understand that now? You
I
understand
understand
me,
it.
right? It
I
don't matter what
understand.
the officer tells you. I'm telling you that you're gonna go bring it to the office in person once a month.
I
That's
promise you I will. I promise you I will.
Right, and that you're gonna make a payment every time you go. If you
I'm
can't
on that.
afford the full amount because you had a bigger bill or something, you're gonna bring what we call a token payment of at least $20. Wireline guys make good money. I know what they make. So you need to bring at least $20 every month. If you're in
Most definitely.
financial fine, and be prepared to pay it at the end, like you said.
I will most definitely do everything you're asking me, sir. I promise you.
And the main reason that I feel all right about this is because Ms. Freeman is saying that it's all a big misunderstanding and that she's not worried about you hurting her. And although I don't believe everything she said either, we're gonna give you a shot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I highly appreciate it.
Is it Stapleton?
Well, I agree with, Mr. Barra. I don't think he told the whole truth about everything, but the one that I'm most concerned about is the domestic violence with the child endangerment. The 13-year-old boy, and that, he had to get in the middle of this in the sense that the police asked him what was going on. If the child called the police, his voice is gonna be on the 911 call. So that's provable. And it's provable what he said, if that was to be actually investigated. So I don't like that at all, tell you the truth. But what I'd like to do, Ms. Freeman, let's just say the child is lying completely, that there is a domestic violence shelter near y'all. I don't know, y'all living in Rain. I think that's pretty rural. I really would like for you to go and see if you can go to counseling there. Because I wouldn't want to see this happen again.
I most definitely would, ma'am.
Yes. And I would like for Ms. Freeman to go and bring that child. Because it's not healthy for a child to be put in the middle of a violent home. So
Understand.
that's the one I'm most worried about. I'm gonna go along with Mr. Barra, but I tell you what, don't let it happen again.
I promise you it won't, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Patio, I do concur with both of my colleagues based on everything I've heard today. My vote also today is do not revoke with those special conditions outlined by Mr. Byra. And I also added special condition for you, Mr. Patio, to seek counseling through domestic abuse shelter.
Yeah, and they can point you to some programs, or they may have the program right there.
So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes our business in Terrebonne. We're going to sign off at 10:28. All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Madison Parish on Thursday, July 18th. It is 10:36 a.m. And you are Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself, tell us your DOC number, please.
My name's Cody Daniel Johnson. My LDOC number is 763-845.
Yes, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Byron is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We're
How
here
y'all
for
doing?
good. Thanks for asking us. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank
We're
you for
here
asking.
We're here for a revocation decision, and do you have any paperwork there with you?
Yes, ma'am. I had this.
Yeah, that's the parole revocation questionnaire. And Mr. Johnson, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the information contained on that form, it was determined at your preliminary hearing, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. So are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you should enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra because he'll have some questions for you. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Johnson, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Specifically, condition number 2, you have not reported to your parole officer since June 2nd, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. I was reporting to my parole officer in
You
Mississippi.
can explain that to Mr. Barra in just a moment. Let's get
Okay,
through
I'm sorry.
allegations and you can, I'm going to put not guilty with a statement. Is that okay?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you
I'm so
can-
sorry.
That's okay. Number 3, additionally, you left the state of Louisiana without permission of your parole officer as evident of your arrest January 23rd, 2024 in Forest County, Mississippi. So how do you plead to violating number 3?
Not guilty.
Right? Number 4 says on or about December 3rd, 2024, you were arrested by Forest County Sheriff's Office for committing the offense aggravated assault, use of deadly weapon. It is noted you were never indicted on those charges. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty. Charges was dropped.
And then we have condition number 5. You were in possession of a dangerous weapon when you committed the offense of aggravated assault, use of a deadly weapon. How do you plead to violating number 5?
Not guilty.
Number 9, the parole office was unable to visit you at your home or elsewhere because you failed to provide your correct address. How do you plead to violating number 9?
Not guilty.
And last is condition number 10. You have supervision fee arrearages in the amount of, looks like $664. No payments have been made. How do you plead to violating number 10?
I'm guilty on that.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Barra's question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on number 2, submit your monthly report by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision. What you gotta say about that one? Said not guilty.
I reported the day they let me go. I reported to Mr. Chris. He's the parole officer in Madison Parish. And I'm on parole in Mississippi too, and he knows that. So he started my interstate compact, and I had to report to Mississippi because I'm on parole over there within 72 hours. And my parole officer over there, I reported for 3 or 4 months, and she was like, when I finally got my golden seal, I got off parole over there. See, my Louisiana sentence was running concurrent with my Mississippi sentence. So I was just doing 1 sentence. And when my parole officer told me I was through over there, I just quit report. She told me I was done. I got my golden seal.
But you never had your case transferred from Louisiana to Mississippi, that's the problem?
She was waiting on an email from Mr. Chris, which is the parole officer in Madison Parish. He started the day that I went and reported him, I think it was June 3rd that I reported him, 2023. He started my interstate compact that same day. And my parole officer in Mississippi told me she was just waiting on an email from him for them to receive me over there in Mississippi.
You did all the interstate compact with Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
So you went back home to Mississippi and you was also on supervision over there.
Yes, sir.
You reported over there and you finished that successfully in Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Never did get your Louisiana case transferred to Mississippi, and that's what the problem is right now.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I don't even think I'm supposed to be on parole. I thought I was done with it, you know, because my sentence was run CC concurrent with my Mississippi sentence.
Yeah, well, there's a little problem with not getting your case transferred. So. All right, how about number 3? That you stay at the address listed on your certificate until you have permission to move. It says, Mr. Johnson was able to reach him at the reported residence. What's the problem with that one?
That address that I turned in for him, when I went over there to check the place out, to see what room I was gonna stay in and all this, it's some people that I met while I was being incarcerated from over here in Tallulah. And they was willing to let me use their address to come stay there until I got up on my feet and everything. So I gave him that address. When I went over there to see what was going on, when I got out of jail and went over there to the house, everybody was using drugs. So it was like me just falling right back, you know, in the same spot I was in the beginning. So I just went back home, you know.
So did you go back and tell your parole officer that you couldn't stay there and you needed to go?
Yes, sir.
So he give you permission to leave with a travel permit, or you
He gave me a travel permit.
got a
for 30
travel
days.
permit to leave?
Sir,
When you left, when you didn't go to the address that was listed because of the roommates using drugs,
right.
what did you do then?
I just went back home to Hattiesburg.
You just went back.
Yes, sir.
So you did not get a travel permit after you realized that residence was unacceptable, but you didn't go back?
I got the travel permit before I even went to the house because he knew I had to go back to Mississippi.
That's not making sense to me, right? You would, if
Right,
you were
I got
waiting for you.
I got a Tallulah address in order for me.
Wouldn't have got a
Yeah.
travel permit to go to Mississippi if you were paroling to a Tallulah address.
Right, I was on parole in Tallulah and Mississippi, in
Right.
Louisiana and Mississippi. See, I paroled
Yeah.
out of Mississippi to a new charge in Louisiana.
So you were supposed to go to the Louisiana address and wait
Right.
there till your Mississippi address was approved. But you
I
couldn't
didn't do
stay because of the drug activity. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
And then when you realized that by the drug activity, you went to the address in Mississippi because you knew that one was gonna be a better place for you to live.
Yes, sir. That's my
But-
natural home.
But the problem came in when you left Louisiana address and didn't go where you were supposed to and went to Mississippi without that permission to leave Louisiana. And that's where you and the probation officer get off.
Mixed up.
Right, okay. I understand what happened here. All right, number 4,
Since then, though, I do got a good address for Louisiana, a phone number and a good address for Louisiana, though.
right now,
Yes, sir.
not the same one?
Not the same one, no, sir.
On number 4, what happened over there in Hattiesburg?
I got jumped on by 2 guys. They tried to kill me with a hammer. When I was in the hospital, the police come and locked me up saying I aggravated assaulted the guy, and that's where the new charge come into play. But at my preliminary, I went to my preliminary hearing in Forest County for the charge. There wasn't enough evidence for them to bound me over to the grand jury, so they dismissed my charges.
Talking about 2 guys, but there's a female involved in it too, huh?
Yeah, it was 2 guys and a female. Yes, sir.
They had given you money before?
Yes,
They had
sir.
helped out before? And then
Yes, sir.
and something went wrong? What went wrong?
I was short on the money and I had woke him up out of his sleep, and he done told me before, he done jumped on me 2 times before this and was like, don't ever come back to my house unless you got all the money, da, da, da. And he just put his hands on me again and just escalated real bad.
And they ended up dropping that charge.
Yes, sir.
What you had as a weapon over there on that day?
It's like a cane. I walk around. It's for the dogs in the neighborhood is what it's for, to keep the stray dogs off of me, but it's like a cane. A walking stick or however you say it or whatever. But mainly it's like a cane. About 4 foot long or so, real skinny like.
And what did you do with the cane that day?
The Hattiesburg, what I do with it? Well, I just use it for like the dog, like I was saying, the dog's neighborhood. But HPD, Hattiesburg Police Department, has got the stick in their custody or whatever.
Number nine. Number nine says that you agree to visits at your residence or place of employment by your parole officer at any time. Also agree to searches of your personal property, residence, vehicle, when reasonable suspicion exists of criminal activity. The officer says he was unable to visit you at home or elsewhere because you failed to provide the correct address. Williams testified that the officer was unable to locate Johnson at the reported residence because you had obviously left and gone to Mississippi. Johnson claimed attempted address, but was unable to make contact with him. Johnson said he came to Tallulah District and submitted a transfer out of state, but was not able to visit with his officer. So if you requested a permit out of state, a transfer, but not from your officer, how did that go?
That there's 2 different times that I tried my interstate compact. When I got out June 1st of 22, they did my interstate compact. I went to Mississippi to get received. Something or another happened there and I didn't get received or whatever. So they tried again in 23, this time that we're talking about now. When they let me out and I went down there to see Mr. Chris, which is a parole officer, he did my interstate compact. So I don't understand.
Well, at the preliminary hearing, what I'm looking at is a summary of the preliminary hearing you had before you came to see us, and it says that Johnson claimed, which means you said, that you attempted to provide your officer with the valid address, but was unable to make contact with him. So you couldn't find your officer. We already said that. Johnson said he came to Tallulah District to submit a transfer for out of state, but was not able to visit with his officer. So you went to Tallulah District, you talked to nobody down there?
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Chris. He did my interstate compact. He was supposed to be my parole officer.
Getting me confused because in the preliminary hearing, you're saying that you went down there, but you weren't able to talk to him.
I don't know why that is. I did talk to Mr. Chris.
Well, right now you're saying something different than what you said back at the hearing, so you really got me confused on that one. Did you?
I probably misunderstood the question or something, but I talked to Mr. Chris. He did my interstate compact right here in Madison Parish.
All right. And then number 10, pay the supervision fees, no payments made, huh? What you pled guilty to that one, so irrelevant. All right. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I have none.
So, when you say Mr. Chris did your interstate compact, did you pay the fee?
No, ma'am, I didn't pay no fee.
So what do you think happened to that interstate compact application?
All Miss Barbara kept telling me in Hattiesburg was that she was waiting on an email from them.
Right, well, you gotta pay the application fee.
Right. Well,
She
my
never-
understanding was I could pay it in Hattiesburg before I got off my parole center.
Hmm,
Not Louisiana.
no.
No.
And let me go back to the criminal activity. I'm still confused. I'm getting confused by your answers to Mr. Barra's question. Let me read what the report says. And so you were also, when you were arrested, it was also, I think, a home invasion charge, but it says, an intruder snatched open the lady's screen door and walked inside her house and into her bedroom while she was laying in the bed. She said the intruder asked to speak with the husband, then demanded her purse and money, and the victim refused to give the intruder the money and was attacked by the intruder with the wooden stick. Did that happen?
No, ma'am.
Well, you're not real clear on what did happen.
I was going there to buy drugs. I was $4 short. They wanted to jump on me and run me away from their house. So I grabbed his dope and left his house. That's what happened.
And they attacked you.
And they attacked me. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
I get it. That's okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Barra, you want to vote?
I'd like to have executive session.
We have a motion for executive session. Could you call the roll, please?
Sheriff Singleton, Sheriff Ronaldo,
Yes.
Danny Barrow,
Yeah.
Carolyn Singleton.
Yes. All right, Mr. Johnson, we're going to be in executive session for a couple minutes to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Stand by.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, we are back in regular session. It's 10:55. We'll be voting. Mr. Barra will be voting first.
Mr. Johnson, there's a whole lot of holes in the story and things that just don't make sense, and I'm gonna have to vote to revoke your probation today based on the criminal behavior, the failing to report, and everything listed in the violation report.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Mr. Johnson, I also agree. I find that you did violate the conditions of your parole supervision. So my vote today is to revoke your parole. Good luck to you. That concludes our business in Tallulah. It's 10:56. All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Lafayette Parish on Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It's 10:59 with Lafayette. It looks like your camera's not on. Could you turn your camera on? There we go. Good, thank you. Would you introduce yourself for the record, please? I think you might be on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Let me get the person for you.
Okay, that's gonna be Mr. Roy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There we go. Is that Mr. Roy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you go, Mr. Roy. Good morning. Can
Morning.
you step back a little bit? Yeah, that's perfect. Can you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Steve Roy. My DOC number is 576177.
Yes. All right, good morning, Mr. Roy. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. Are you having trouble hearing me?
It's not that, it's not you, it's just too much going on around
A lot
here.
of noise around you? A lot of noise around you?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me move, ma'am.
That better?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. All right. So I made the introductions. We're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have any paperwork with you?
Do I have any paperwork with me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I have,
Is it a parole revocation questionnaire?
no, ma'am. I didn't,
Okay, I'm gonna put it up on the screen for you. Just do you see that form on the screen? Mr. Roy, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
yes, ma'am. That's my signature at the bottom of the page.
Okay, good, thank you. Based on information in that questionnaire form, in your answers, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning?
Am I? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna read the allegations and I want you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. I don't know if she can adjust the camera some, we can't see it.
I apologize.
Better, that's much better. I'm gonna read the allegations, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then Mrs. Stapleton will be asking you some questions. Your case has been assigned to her. So you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2, which states you failed to report to your parole officer since September 29, 2022. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
And then we have condition number 3. You moved from the address of record without notifying your parole officer. You left the state of Louisiana without written permission, as evidenced by the arrest in Midland, Texas, on or about April 22nd, 2020. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
Okay, thank you. Would you answer Mrs. Stapleton, please?
Okay, sir, the first one, you failed to report since 9/29/22. And, I have here where you said that you pled not guilty with a statement. My first agent, Kelly Hardy, told me the parole board is not allowed to restrict my movement. She told me I can go out and live my life. Then Agent Kelly Hardy retired 4 months later, and I started reporting to Agent Corey Hastings. He allowed me to report every 9 months to 1 year. I reported to Corey Hastings on March of 2023. Now, on the contract that you signed, it says, I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I will report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. Does that sound like a conflict? Can you explain it?
Yes, ma'am. At the beginning, whenever I first was put on parole 8 years ago, we did a month-to-month basis. And then started working in Midland, Texas. And as I was working in Midland, Texas, I formed my own and built my own business from the ground. I have my own LLC. And as I started building that business from 0 employees to 14 employees, I became, much more involved and, real busy. So as it went on, Corey, uh, he gave me the latitude to where, I was no threat to society. I wasn't hurting anyone. I was just working. So we went from 1 month to 6 months. And after, for about a year, we did 6 months at a time. He'd call me, say, catch your fees up and come visit me. And I would go ahead and I'd catch my fees up, and then I'd either fly or drive over. It's a 10.5 hour drive. So most of the time I'd fly, but sometimes I would drive. Well, anyway, I did this for, let's say, another year and a half. And then he got to where we would do it every year. He would call me, catch your fees up, come see me, and I would do it. And I did that for 6 solid years, working in Midland, Texas, for 6 solid years. In between Mentone, Texas, and Midland, Texas is where I worked. That's 45 minutes apart from each other. That's where I worked at for since 2017. I have worked from Midland, Texas to Mentone. That's the only sole place I worked, where I started my company, where I built my company, and that's where I've been working. And so after about 18, 17 or 8, probably 18 is when I went to 1 year, when I would just go see Corey Hastings once a year. So then my next time to go see him was, I went see him well, I take that back. Let me back up a little bit. I get a phone call from Corey Hastings, and Corey Hastings says, they're moving me. They're gonna move me to supervisor level. I have a new guy that's gonna be your parole officer. So the new parole officer calls me up and says, I talked to your old parole officer. I know where you're at. You're in Midland. He says, I need you to come see me. I said, okay, I'm gonna come see you. So I explained to him that it's really expensive to.
That Mr. Renard, your new parole officer, was that gonna be, Agent Renard?
Yes, ma'am. That's gonna be the new one. So
Okay.
so I get on the phone talking to him, and I tell him, I said, I just went to see Corey, probably 2 weeks prior. I said, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go back. I'll come and see you again too. So I have my own business, so I have to, first thing I gotta do is it takes a week's planning to shut my business down so I can leave. I don't have anybody hired to take my responsibilities yet. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to form a company. And so anyway, I flew down here. And when I flew down here, the Renault guy was, when I walked to the parole department, the police, he wasn't even there. He was in a class.
What date was
So,
that?
ma'am, I have no access to dates. Everything I own is in my truck. My truck is in.
Okay, I got you. I can understand that.
Yeah. So anyway, I flew down here, and
Mhm.
and when I flew down, I went into the office, and when I went into the office, he was in a class. He was new, learning to, it was a new job, so he was in a class that y'all sent him to, apparently somebody. But anyway, besides the point, uh, so Corey pulls me to the side and says, "I'm here." He says, I'll log you in, and you just see me." He says, and the next time you'll see him. I said, okay, fine. So then once I finished that, I talked to Corey, and Corey says, "You're going back to Midland?" I said, "Yes, sir. That's what I have to go back to my job. I have to go back and, because I have 14 employees. I have to get up in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, I have to go and make sure at 5 o'clock that everybody crew changes. That's my job, to make sure they all crew change themselves. And then after that, I hang around, and then I go talk to the all company people in between about 8 and 10 to make sure everybody's doing their jobs and nobody's, not, just not messing up. And then after that, I'll go home from noon to 4 o'clock. I'll take me a nap, and then I get up at 4, and I have to go back and do it all over again. I got 7 more people fixing to swap out. And, they work 12-hour shifts. I have to do that. So I've been, I'm stretching myself thin for the last 3 or 4 years, starting this company up. But anyway, I did come like he asked me, and then my next time would have been to come. My next time to come to see him, on the basis the way I was doing it with Corey.
Now, what would that date be in your mind? In your mind, when was you told the next time would be?
Okay, so the next time should have been around March of 24.
Okay, all right,
And
so
I
let's
was
just
on
stop.
my way over. Oh,
Okay,
and I
hang
was
on 1 second, okay? All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
let's just go right here.
Yes, ma'am.
We've got a lot of dates in here and you don't have any in front of you. I understand that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Agent Andre Bernard, I hope I'm saying his name right, provided evidence from his narratives, okay?
Mhm.
Mr. Stephen Roy's last office visit was conducted by Agent Corey Hastings on September 29th, 2022. The narrative indicated Mr. Stephen Roy stated he will be remaining home in Louisiana until December or January. Agent Corey Hastings told Mr. Stephen Roy he would have to speak to Agent Andre Bernard about a travel permit when he gets closer to that date. Agent Corey Hastings also advised the subject, he will not be able to just stay in Texas for months at a time like he did last time. Mr. Stephen Roy claimed he will report monthly while he is in Louisiana and asked when he could report to Agent Andre Renard at the Lafayette District Office. Agent Corey Hastings told the subject to report next Wednesday, October the 5th, 2022, at the Lafayette office. He failed to report as directed, so you didn't come in that day. That's what they have. October the
Yes, ma'am.
The last time they had that they saw you was September the 29th, 2022. And you were supposed to come in the next Wednesday and you didn't.
And I came in the next Wednesday, and neither one were there. They were supposed to, I went to the Lafayette office, and they told me that they were in Vermilion Parish.
Okay, so how do you explain the more than a year in between? So as of 2022, the
Because
next thing got you get arrested in 2024.
Because I've always, when I had Corey as my parole officer, like I said, I stretched myself thin because I have so much going on with this new company I'm building.
Yeah, but he said that old arrangement, let's just say that's what it was not gonna be the new arrangement with you and Mr. Agent Renard. So that was something you was gonna have to work out there.
I understand that. And so the way I was operating is Corey would call me when he wanted me to come see him. And when Corey would call me, I would come see him. So basically what I was doing is I was working and waiting for somebody to call me and tell me that it was time for me to come back and visit.
Okay, well, but you were already told that you were not going to be able to do it as you did before. You were not going to be able to stay in Texas for months at a time like you did with the last agent. So your responsibility, yours, was to contact your probation officer. That was on you. Flying back home, driving back home, and you stayed in Texas. Am I right there?
Yes, ma'am, you are right. Yes.
Okay.
And
And so
ma'am,
the-
and ma'am, I understand, since I've been in here, this 90 days, I went back and I looked at everything and I've read everything. And I realized that when I had Kelly Hardy and when I had Corey,
Mhm.
I had the cream of the crop. I had two great parole officers. So
Right.
I relied on them because they helped me so much. They were
Well,
very
and y'all
great
probably
people.
had this relationship going back and forth, but you got a new agent.
Yes.
So for the new agent, the responsibility, and it was said, it was put on you.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, you were starting fresh, so you had
Right.
to, you do
Yes.
what you were supposed to do there.
Yes, yes,
So
ma'am. And
would
I
you
do,
plead
and I
guilty
find,
to
and I,
that, do you plead guilty or not guilty still for that one?
I'll plead
Yeah.
guilty to it because I
Oh.
know that I did, I understand that my first
You're on the
7
same
years was,
page.
my first 7 years was great because I had the right, the people that
Right.
helped me. And then all of a sudden,
And so y'all had a relationship. You and Corey had built a relationship. He
ma'am.
knew he could trust you
Yes,
and
ma'am.
everything was fine. And
Yes.
so, and it probably would have been with the next guy too, but you had to start off with it.
Exactly.
And so, all right, so that's what happened there. Okay, and then number 3, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I move from this address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so. So that's where we went. I will not leave the state of Louisiana without written permission. So that's where they didn't see you August the 5th, 2022, didn't hear from you again. And then you get arrested in Midland, Texas on 4/22/24.
Mhm.
You were working there,
Mhm.
but then you had to be extradited and brought back to Lafayette at a cost of $3,000, $3,940. So that's where we are today.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? I mean, they got in touch with you by way of your mother in Abbeville, Louisiana.
Yeah, that's mom.
Okay, so they were able to get in touch with your mom. Your mom says he lives in Texas. He employs several people in Texas. And so then, Mr. Agent, Renard provided evidence of the extradition. He advised that he was traveling to state of Texas without written travel permit and later was extradited from Midland County Jail, Texas to Lafayette Parish Jail at a cost of $3,940. That's basically where we're at. We got the two things. It's any one of them deniable.
You talking about, okay,
Number 2, that you didn't report in. And number 3, that you were living out of state, you got arrested, and so you weren't at the address that he had listed for you.
right, no, my mom's address is my address.
Okay, well, you weren't there. They
Well,
weren't
no,
able
I
to
was
find.
working. Yes, ma'am, I was working in
All
Midland.
right, so there we are. Both of them's true. I mean, what the agent is saying, both of them's true, right? That you were not at that address. They
Well-
couldn't get 2022. And when they did get you, you were in Texas and you'd gotten arrested. And your
Yeah,
mother would.
No,
tell-
I didn't get arrested in Texas. I got arrested in Texas because he had a warrant for me. I didn't get arrested for anything.
Okay, well, okay, so he put out a warrant for you. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were found in Texas by way of contacting your mother at the address you had listed.
Because she knew I was at work.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you weren't living at the address that you put down as the home that you were living at.
When I have time for myself to be away from work, my mom's address is where I live at. I have a RV spot at my mom's where I put my RV at.
That's the address.
That is my sole
Last time,
address.
okay, but the last time they heard from you was 2022. And so we had to put out a warrant.
Mhm.
So so how do you plead now? Is that, you moved from the address of record without notifying the supervising agent. You left the state of Louisiana without written permission from your parole officer as your arrest in Midland, Texas on 4/22/24.
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look at it the way it's all, yes, I'll just plead guilty, yes, ma'am.
I understand.
Well, but you've already pled, so
All
on
right, so
record.
I'm going to pass it to my,
Mr. Parole, any questions?
Did you have a travel permit from your officer to be in Texas all that time?
When I would go and see Corey, Corey would print me one out about 60% of the time, depending on how busy he was. But yes, if you wanted one, I have one. It's in the glove box of my truck.
You had one?
Man, sir?
Travel permits are good for 30 days. When they
Okay,
issue.
so I wouldn't have had one. I wouldn't have had one at that time that I got arrested.
So that's
I
part
had
of
one, but it would have been out of date.
that's part of what you're not understanding. To be in Texas for that long for work, you need to have a written travel permit that says from January 1st to January 31st, you have permission to be there. And then the next month, you need to go back and you need to get a travel permit that says from February 1st to February 28th. While you're in Texas on a work like that, you need to have what she's talking about, written permission. Written permission is that travel permit. And obviously, you didn't have it, but maybe you didn't know about it, but neither here nor there, just to straighten that out.
Yes, sir.
You need to have a travel permit when you're in Texas.
Okay, yes, sir.
In Texas, where did you live? Where did you stay when you were working?
I have an RV.
In Texas?
Yeah, that's where it's at right now. Yes, sir.
In Texas,
Yes, sir.
on your job site.
Yeah, I bring it with me everywhere I go. Yes, sir.
You could apply to have your case transferred to Texas if you give them the information of where your RV is parked in Texas and the address. They can send a Texas parole officer out there, verify the spot where your thing is, and then you wouldn't have to be coming back to Louisiana.
And sir, somebody in here has told me this, and when I went to prison for the DUI, I went to prison. I spent 5 years in prison as a first offender. And then when I got out on parole, it's my first time I've ever been on parole. So I didn't know all these things, but I know them now. And yes, if I do, you let me go back to work, I will get it transferred to Texas.
So you understand now, anytime you're in Texas, living in Louisiana, you need a travel permit.
Yes,
If you
sir.
don't have it, you're in violation.
Yes, sir. I understand full.
If you want to move to Texas and not have to come back over here every 30 days, you need to fill out an application for compact and get Texas to accept your case, and then you report to the office right there in Midland. And you don't, and what you'd have to do then is ask Midland for a travel permit to come back and visit at your mama's house when you want to come.
Right, exactly. And sir, I would have done that if I'd have known. I didn't know that. I know it now though.
So we got you straight on that. All right.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
And it's your responsibility to get in contact with the parole officer monthly. That's what it says on the parole certificate.
Yes, sir.
So whether he at training or he didn't answer your call, just you making an attempt or making a call doesn't fulfill that obligation to talk to your parole officer and fill out a report.
Yes, sir. And I fully understand and I take responsibility for it because like I said in the beginning, I had 2 good ones and, I guess you could say I was spoiled, with the first 2 I had. But now I know, take care of my own business.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, I don't have any questions. I think, I can see that you had some misunderstanding. Are you ready to vote?
Yes, sir. My vote today is that I'm not gonna revoke you because it was a misunderstanding and I know you're gonna take care of your business.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I swear, I've only, since I've got out of prison at my age, I've been trying to play catch up for my retirement. And that's what I'm doing. I'm working my butt off.
All right, we got a vote. Parole?
I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole also, but we're gonna have to add a special condition that says you pay the $3,940 that it costs Louisiana to bring you back for this violation.
No problem. Done.
So, that's gonna be added as a condition. The way it's gonna work is when you meet your parole officer, they're gonna figure out a payment schedule for you, and you can pay it by the month or in lump sum, however you wanna do it. But that's gonna be a condition, so make sure you get in your mind, you need to take care of that. And also, I think you educated enough now to not be in the same trouble again.
I promise you it'll never happen. As far as for the money you talking about, the cost, I'm the one that occurred it. I pay my bills. I got,
All right, Mr. Roy, I do agree with my colleagues. My vote today also is do not remote, return to supervision. Now, when they release you, you gotta meet with your parole officer and you gotta get the permit before you go back to work.
man, you let me out these doors, I'm gonna go find him and bring him to lunch.
All right.
If the officer's not there, ask to speak to the supervisor, his supervisor. Talk to somebody.
Sir,
Don't leave.
yes, sir. I've learned so much. I promise you, the next time I go anywhere to a
all-
parole building, I'm gonna sit there until I talk to somebody.
Understand whatever they tell you.
Yes, ma'am, exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Sure,
Yes.
there's no confusion. If you got questions, ask. All
Yes,
right, well,
okay,
Mr.
right.
Roy, we're gonna not revoke you today. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this, ma'am. I don't know how you, like I say, it's all new
Yeah,
to me.
we're gonna send over some paperwork to the jail, giving them the authority to release you. And when they do, that's when you go see go to the parole office.
Okay, so does anybody have a figure on about how long it takes for that paperwork to get here?
Nope, day or
A
two,
couple days.
day or two.
Okay, all
Thank-
right. Thank y'all so much.
All right,
And I
good luck.
promise you'll never see me again.
Okay, great, unless we're in Midland.
Unless you're really, and y'all call me, I'll bring y'all out to eat.
Okay. That's it. We're gonna sign out of Lafayette at 11:26.
All right.
Y'all have a good day.
Oh, no, they switched. Morgan would be first. It's like they put Morgan first.
Take it.
No, just leave it at that. Morgan. Like, you're gonna be first now. Switch. Recognize that paper? Yeah. Okay, they're gonna ask you about it, that's your signature on the bottom, right? Okay. Switch them up. Make up my mind.
All right. Good, we're still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Jefferson Parish. On Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It is 11:33 a.m. Sir, would you, I'd like the staff there to please introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, my name is Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again, Mr. Marlboro. Thanks for helping us out today.
No problem. Good to see y'all too.
And this is Mr. Morgan.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Devin Morgan, 583-795. Back up a little bit.
Yes, sir. Let me introduce us to you, Mr. Morgan. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Byright is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We are here for a revocation decision today. Yes. Do you have any paperwork there with you?
Yes. My questionnaire.
Is that there? So we put it up on the screen for you. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
May 30th. Okay. So based on that, you're not eligible for a lawyer, an appointed counsel today. You ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me acknowledge, no, let's see, I don't have any guests today. So we'll just jump right in. You are alleged to have violated the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. And it states, you failed to refrain from criminal activity by evidence of your arrest. On April 10th, 2024, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office arrested you for 1 traffic municipal failure to appear warrant, domestic abuse battery with child endangerment, and simple criminal damage to property. It is noted that the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office refused those charges on May 21st, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Right. Then we have condition number 6. You failed to work at a job approved by your parole officer by evidence of your unemployment status. How do you plead to violating number 6?
Guilty.
And then we have number 10. You failed to pay monthly supervision fees by evidence of your arrears of $380. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Guilty.
All right. So, Mr. Morgan, I'm gonna start out with the interview because your case was assigned to me. And so you pled not guilty to violating condition number 4. Why don't you tell us what happened that day?
Nothing, my female friend of mine accused me of hitting her, which she stored on me and called the police on me
Why would she story on you?
for no apparent reason, because I was dealing with another female and she went through my phone and got mad.
All right. Did you bust out the window in the house?
No, ma'am.
How did it get broken?
The window must have was broken before I knocked on the door. I never went to the window.
And her claims that you were mad at her because she had went out that night.
No,
That's not-
ma'am, not at all.
So none of what she said to the police on video was accurate.
No, ma'am.
And she asked you to leave, and that's when you became violent.
No, ma'am, I never got violent with her at all. I never got violent with her at all.
So what happened?
We got into an argument and she got mad with me and called the police. That's it. Over a female over the phone.
How did she have bruising on her face?
I don't know how she get bruising on her face. I never hit her in her face. I never saw any bruising on her face.
Is this Cassandra Washington that we're
Yes,
talking?
ma'am.
What's your
Yes, ma'am.
relationship with her now?
That's my child mother.
Well, what is your relation with, other than the sharing a child together? Are y'all involved in a relationship?
Not at the moment.
What's that mean?
No, we are not.
All right. All right, well, I don't know. We have some evidence in the record that disputes your story. So and we have video of her testimony. So I'm going to just sit back and listen to my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't have any questions. I've watched the video.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, me too. I watched the video and you slapping her in the face and things like that, and the window broken out in the bag, that all rings true. And also, you need to know that you have a stay away order from Ms. Washington when you do get out. There is a stay away order that they issue because of domestic abuse arrest, okay? So that you don't
Yes,
violate
ma'am.
that, get in trouble with that. So I'm finished.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morgan, I think we're ready to vote. We have no more questions, and I'll go first. Your case is assigned to me, so I'm going to vote. My vote, based on the evidence that we have in the record, the testimony by Ms. Washington, and the video that was provided by the police department, my vote today is to revoke your parole.
She
Mr.
also stated that I did not hit her. She told my
Ms.
parole officer.
Myra is to be voting.
I'm going to concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons based on the video.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Ms. Renata based on the video.
All right, Mr. Morgan, today your parole is being revoked. And that concludes our business there. Don't we have one more? We have one more. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
All right.
I'm getting him right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Because they want you on for 8 o'clock. And when they're ready for you, they want you here. That's why it's better when we get it.
Mr. Webster, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Malice Webster, 750548.
Yes, Mr. Webster, good morning. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Seated to my left is Mr. Danny Barra, and to my right is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. I want to acknowledge some folks who have joined us. Your son, Romilly's Fontenberry, he is here on Zoom observing, does not wish to speak. And we have Tamia Jones also here, who she does want to speak. So we'll call on her rather at the appropriate time. You are here for a revocation decision, and I think there in front of you, you should have some paperwork for a revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the information contained in that questionnaire, it was determined you're not eligible for appointed counsel, for an appointed lawyer today. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Webster, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready? You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4, which states you were involved in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on April 8, 2024 by Harahan Police Department for domestic abuse battery, strangulation, and domestic abuse child endangerment. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Then we have condition number 6. It says you failed to show written proof of employment. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Okay. And the next one is number 10. You're currently in arrears $1,047 in supervision fees. You haven't made a payment since July 21st, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
All right. So your case has been assigned to me. I'll take the lead on the interview. I'll start asking the questions. So, Mr. Webster, tell us what happened. Why were you arrested by Harahan?
I was arrested because my baby mother's called the police on me.
Why?
Child, because we was not seeing eye to eye. She was going through postpartum depression, and that was her way of just trying to control me.
Trying to control you, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So she had some injuries. How did she receive her injuries?
Not for me. She had a fight before that with another female I was messing with.
So you were there when they had the fight?
Can you say it again, ma'am?
They were there, you were there rather, when the two women had a fight?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do?
Just trying to diffuse it.
Well, when I'm reading the information in the report that we got, some of the information that you gave during your preliminary hearing conflicted with what was in the police report. What would you say to that? You know, just you're not being very forthcoming about what happened. Why did the women fight?
Oh, because they was getting it turned over me. I got 2 newborns at one time. February 22nd and March 15th. Red Desire Webster and Ramallis Jr.
Two different women.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's move on. Why weren't you working?
I be working with my dad sometimes, but most of the time I be at home watching the babies. But when I first got out, I had a job on Burgundy at Betty's Bar.
What happened to that job?
It had closed down.
And so you had 2 newborns babies. How are you paying for those babies?
Say it again.
You have 2 newborn babies. How are you paying for those babies?
Sometimes I got houses with my father, and he helped me out.
And so I guess tell us why you hadn't paid your fees. Same reason.
Yes, ma'am. I could follow up on him. He was willing to pay it for me, my father.
It's your responsibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else you want to tell us?
I had a letter. I could read a letter. I had a letter I wrote. If that's okay with y'all.
Go ahead.
How y'all doing? My name is Ramallis Webster. In life, I had a few ups and downs, like any other normal human being. Since I have been out, I have stayed out of trouble, complied with my parole officer from meeting her every month to never failing a drug test. I take responsibilities on the payments, but promise to follow up on them. Right now, I have 2 children, Rare Desire Webster, February 22nd, 2024, and a son born March 15, 2024. Since then, I feel like I have failed them since I left their side. Since they have been born, I have seen is more things in this world, and I have seen is more things in this world with violence, more things but getting into violence, more things in life. Since my kids been born, I have not been seeing eye to eye with my mother, but eye to eye with their mothers, but still respect them in the most way and forgive them. I ask today that I continue to be the father in my child's life that my father have taught me to be. Thank you.
All right, and you mentioned you don't see eye to eye with the children's mothers, but you forgive them. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said we don't be seeing eye to eye, but I still forgive them for all the stuff they put me through. I respect them in each way.
All right. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I want to defer to my colleagues.
Well, I don't really have any questions, but I just want to let you know that you say you were there and broke up the fight. With the video of the fight, doesn't show you nowhere around there, so I gotta believe the video on that.
Same thing, and then we got also a statement that, Ms. Jones provided pictures with a text. And, that he beats me every day, held a gun to my face, pistol whipped me, busted my baby's lip. I'm afraid for my life. And he said that if I put him in jail when he bonds out, that he'll kill me. I'm scared. And, the picture of the baby with what appears to be a cut to his lip. The evidence provided regarding the allegations.
Thank you. Miss Jones, is there anything you'd like to tell us?
Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. Good morning. On April 5th, I got into an altercation with another female, and the fight was really bad. It was more than one female. It wasn't just the person he was dealing with, but it was also her friends. And during that time, it left me with bruises and marks on my face. I also had braids that I had in my hair. And once I took the braids out of ponytail, I had a lot of bald spots. A lot of my braids came out. And I was upset with Romales because I felt as he should have been home comforting me and my baby. But instead, he ran to her, and then he brought my child around her. So I felt disrespected. I was hurt, and I may have fabricated the story. I may have said he did those things to me, and it wasn't him. I got into altercation prior to that. But Romales is a good father to my son. He watches my son. I'm a patient care technician. I work at University Hospital, and I'm also in nursing school. I'm a nursing assistant, and I'm also in nursing school. And Romales has been a great help. He watches my son when I need him to watch him. He has a bond with my son. He built a bond with my son, and I just want him to be able to come home and help me with my baby, because due to him being in jail, I lost my job because I don't have a babysitter. I was in foster care, so I do not have much support as far as coming from my family. So Romales was kind of my only source of help. And I just don't want him to miss my son's first steps, his first words, because of a decision I made. I was going through postpartum depression, and I felt like Romales could have been there for me a little bit more, and he wasn't. And then we had a lot of stuff going on with him doing it back and forth between me and another female, and I was hurt in the moment. But Romales has never harmed me or my son. Those pictures that I sent, those are pictures from the incident that occurred. The scratch on my son has long fingernails, so he scratches his face. He will never harm my son. My baby's an innocent baby. Whatever we have going on, it don't have nothing to do with my son. So all of that was a lie.
All right, well, thank you for that. We appreciate you speaking to us this morning. But I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Webster?
Yes, ma'am.
Like has been said, we have, the video speaks volumes, and it's in direct conflict with what both you and Ms. Jones are saying. My vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. And I encourage Ms. Jones, there are resources available to you in the community that can help assist you with your situation. But today, sir, I find you guilty of violating condition number 4. Mr. Barra.
I vote as Ms. Renata did, revoke probation based on the video that we've seen.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur, and also I would really stress that, Ms. Jones, you need to seek out a shelter just for the counseling, because there is another history of domestic abuse battery in this past. You may or may not know about it, but that is very, very dangerous. So, try and get some help, try to get some counseling so that you can do better. They have help for you too, okay? So
All right.
my vote is to revoke.
Mr. Webster, today your parole is revoked. We're going to sign off. It's 11:57.
Thank you.
Are you guys gonna put it? Yes, sir. Okay, good morning. Today is 8/7/2024. Time is 9:17. Parole board is called to order. Today, I am Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Lanu. Would the staff at headquarters introduce themselves?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Regional
Okay.
classification.
Carmen Shipley, Offender Records. Jody Sturgeon, Program Consultant.
Okay, would the people at Angola, please introduce yourself? They just did. No, I'm talking about, would the people, the guests at Angola introduce themselves?
Yes, Mr. Go ahead.
I'm George Woodcock III, son of Woody. George, sorry.
Can you please speak? Okay,
And I'm the daughter-in-law of Mr. Woodcock. Diane Carter, I'm the niece of Mr. Woodcock.
And I'm David Carter. I'm his nephew.
okay.
Robert Lancaster, attorney, for Mr. Woodcock.
I'm Dr. Robert Cleveland. I'm the assistant medical director at Angola.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Cleveland. Okay, with the people here at headquarters first, those that are in favor,
I'm running for. That's mine.
okay. And those that are opposed, please introduce yourself.
I am Pam Cole. I am Armin Cole's daughter.
Okay,
Charlene Cole Rock, Armin Cole's niece.
Colleen Cole Long, Cole's niece.
Scott Cole, Armin Cole's son.
Larry Clinton.
And Mr. David Altman, he is on Zoom. He will also be speaking in favor, in opposition. Okay, so first off, let's get through some preliminary stuff. Would you please say your name and DOC number? If you need-
Mr. Woodcock has a hearing aid. He's hard of hearing, so I'll have to ask.
Okay, Mr. Plank.
A second time. So he's asking for your name and DOC number.
Yes, sir. I'm George Woodcock Jr. And my DLC number is 103702.
Hey, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Woodcock, today we're here for your parole hearing. You're a first felony offender. You are convicted of first-degree murder. You were given life. That sentence was commuted to 99 years by Governor Edwards. Your parole date is 10/27/23. Your adjusted good time date is 11/24/2028. And your full term date is 2079. Before we get started, I can see that Mr. Woodcock, you do have a medical condition, and I know Dr. Cleveland's there. Dr. Cleveland, would you tell us, Mr. Woodcock's ailment?
He has a history of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, chronic kidney failure, atrial fibrillation, glaucoma. He's hard of hearing. He has type 2 diabetes. He had an aortic valve replacement due to a heart condition, a valvular heart condition. He's obese and he has had a hip fracture in the past. Recently, like last night, he fell and hit his head and spent last night and probably the next day or so will be in our medical unit here at the medical department. Nursing unit.
So he's permanently housed at the nursing unit?
No, he'll be there probably for a few days to be sure that he's gonna be okay.
Okay. Sure.
Dr. Cleveland, the ailments that Mr. Woodcock suffers are not severe enough that he would be considered for medical parole. Is that correct? Or
Not at this point.
thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tillis, you have any questions for the doctor?
No.
Okay, doctor, we thank you, Dr. Cleveland, for being here with us this morning and giving us that information. Okay, Mr. Woodcock, I know it's gonna be a little hard, Mr. Lancaster, maybe you can help him out a little bit by repeating my questions, but I need to know a little bit about what he did and why does he think he should be paroled today?
Did you hear the question? Some about a little bit of the, why.
Yes, so the question was a little bit of information about what brought you into prison and why you feel you need parole.
Yes, sir.
Can you answer the question or?
No, doctor said not to.
Okay, you need to answer his question though.
I was working under an assumption from somebody gave me information about Mr. Cole. And at that time, I wasn't a very nice person. I had a lot of problems. Mainly alcohol, my wife, and I was trying to get a job, and I was going to college. It was a junior college.
So what have you been doing while you've been in prison that's prepared you for parole?
Since I've been in prison, first thing I did got it with the AA program that they have here at the penitentiary. Completed that program in the 12 steps. And then after that, I went to work as a orderly clerk at the mattress factory. And the regular library. And also I worked in the blocks. And then on the my last real job was working at the rifle range.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna speak to the warden. Warden, you have any comments to make about Mr. Woodcock?
Yes, Mr. Woodcock has been a minimum A trustee here for the last 30-some years. He recently worked as a janitor cleaner until his health started declining. He only had 2 DB reports since he's been here in the 42 years. He also has taken 100 hours victim awareness, C4C, anger management, substance abuse, and his tiger is low. He's a high school graduate and he was in the military service. He served both the Army and the Marines and was discharged honorably. And he's a retired vet. Mr. Woodcock has been a model offender here at the institution with minimum trouble at all until his recent decline in his health. He participated in almost anything that anybody asked him to do for them.
Thank you, Warden Ambo. Okay, next we're gonna speak to the support, Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, and we're here today to support Mr. Woodcock's petition for parole. we've been supporting Mr. Woodcock throughout this process, through his clemency process, and now for many reasons. And his record obviously can speak for itself. Only 2 disciplinary reports in 43 years. He is a decorated veteran. He's worked in post, very sensitive and important posts while he was in the military, and served his country honorably. While he's been incarcerated, he has been an asset to the institution. He's also done numerous volunteer activities, particularly through the Incarcerated Veterans Program, where he's worked on the moving wall, which is a replica of the Vietnam Memorial. He's been involved in numerous charitable work with the vets organizations, helping the Louisiana Veterans Home here in Louisiana. And Mr. Woodcock's health, as you can see, has been declining. He does have a pending ICOTS to Michigan. It is not complete yet, but we will receive Mr. Woodcock should this board grant him parole, and make sure when his ICOTS is approved, assist his son in getting him to Michigan. In the meantime, we'll connect him with all the services that he would need, including medical services should he be released. So we just ask this board to consider Mr. Woodcock's 43 years of incarceration, his age, his service to his country, and his record during his incarceration, and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Next, we'll have George Woodcock Jr., his son.
It's your son. It's your son. He's. Yes, I'm George Woodcock III. He'll be staying with me in Michigan if he is paroled. We do have a good, decent sized house, working on bedrooms for him. We're getting everything set up, but once we do have a decision, we'll make better decisions. And also, I've been helping vets for past 10 to 15 years with a VA rep. So getting him set up in that situation will also help him, and we'll get those services that he needs.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Alan Weatherford, uncle.
Good morning. My name is Alan Weatherford. And he's George's my uncle. Armin Foles. And don't stand here lightly for y'all, of victim's family. After careful consideration over the years, I'm here. I worked in law enforcement for 40 years, 7 years as chief of police in Gulfport. I retired in 2013, graduate of the FBI Academy, Southern Police Institute. So I've been around law enforcement. And worked closely with Mississippi Department of Corrections in the past on the Interstate Compact Act. And I do appreciate and understand the important role of it, because it's not easy. But George Woodcock, 11 and 12 years old, I remember talking to him about his career and the Marines there. He was bound on his customs and Marine Corps, and anybody that's worked in Marine Corps, Marines that have been retired, you kind of understand what he's saying there. He had a great sense of humor. When he was arrested in 1980, I was shocked, I was saddened, and I was mad. I'm not going to sit here and deny it. But sort of visiting George at the Angola prison there over the years, and the respect that he had, spent a considerable amount of time with him, talking to him there. Meeting our law enforcement, I'm picking his brain there. It's very difficult to build that relationship there, but I have there. Well, and long story short, in 2011, my daughter was killed by a gunshot. And the victimization side of it, of me, now being in law enforcement there, that process there rocked our world, rocked our family there. Young man that killed her, we did not oppose him. He's out on parole now. We did not oppose that. I do believe the thing up until the end there. So I spent a considerable amount of time talking to George about victimization, about the loss there, not only our family, but the Cole family there, what he did to the entire family. He completely understands that. I spent a considerable amount of time talking to him. And I know that his daughter, Faith Cole, is not opposed to him getting out. I believe there may be a letter. And I will say this to the family. I know it's difficult being here today, and I say this to you, I am sorry.
Well, we want him to
Excuse
say,
me.
you know, we want him to say he's sorry. Okay, I can leave it alone. I can leave it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna talk.
Well, then.
You know what? Just talked to this guy months ago, and I think
Excuse me,
this
sir, you're gonna
sickness.
have to go.
Okay. I think
You're
the
gonna have to go.
sickness is a farce.
I'm going to tell you, George, and just asking that you consider, based on his record, being there for 24 years there, that we're here for him. I can tell you, I don't stand here lightly here today. If I had any concern whatsoever about public safety there, I would not be standing before you. And I can assure you, this board, and to everyone in this room, that I will do my part to be a part of the Louisiana Parole project there to assist him in getting out, if he does, if he is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Okay, now we will go to his attorney, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Tillis. Because of Mr. Woodcock's current health issue, if the board would give me a little latitude in giving a little bit of explanation as to what led him to prison and also what he's accomplished while he's been in prison. Also, if there are matters that come up during the interview, I'll reserve the right at the end to help maybe clarify any issues that come up during the interview. Mr. Woodcock is now 84 years old. He came to prison 42 years ago. At the time this crime was committed, Mr. Woodcock had recently retired from 20 years service in the military. He initially started in the Army where he was a paratrooper, and then was honorably discharged, spent a little bit of time, and then re-enlisted and served time in the Marines in active combat. Multiple deployments in active combat, and then after combat, very important positions securing embassies across the globe in Germany and Japan, and assignments throughout the world. He returns to Gulfport, Mississippi. His alcohol issues had increased. He was a severe alcoholic, and his alcoholism was impacting his life. He had marital issues, which were also impacting his life. All of that contributed, in no way creates an excuse, but gives some context to the events that led him to prison. The crime involved his sister, who was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, and a co-defendant, who was given complete immunity for his testimony, although the appellate court in Woodcock's case did find that the co-defendant was involved in the murder. However, he received no conviction or any jail time for assisting the state in the conviction. Since Mr. Woodcock has been in prison, he's addressed those issues which were part of his life at the time the crime occurred. He became actively involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. He has taken substance abuse courses, including Thinking for a Change. So The other issues he's addressed as well. He's got a proven track record in work and has been given important job assignments throughout his time in prison. He's been a Class A trustee for decades. His last write-up, he only has 2 write-ups in his record. Those were over 30 years ago, and one of those write-ups, the last write-up, there was a suspended sentence on it. So the institution did not sort of take that write-up seriously, as indicated by their suspension of sentence. His Tiger score is incredibly low, so the risk assessment that's utilized by the Department of Corrections, which has been scientifically tested, indicates that he's extremely low risk of any recidivism, as well as his advanced age, being 84 years old, and his health issues. There is an extreme, really a nil likelihood, if any, of any reoffense. He's also been actively engaged in community service while he's been in prison. And we know that an offender's active engagement in the community of prison in positive ways is indicative of their character, and that being long-standing over many decades as active engagement. So his behavior and character indications while he's been in prison are very different than this one offense that he committed as a first offender. He's been active in the Viet Vets organization here, actually started the chapter at Camp F, has been president of that chapter. It's been nationally recognized. As Mr. Myers indicated, he's been involved in the Moving Wall project. And one important piece of that is that project takes place outside of the prison, where members of the offender population go into the community, put those walls together in community events. So he's been trusted to go outside the gate. He's got a solid reentry plan with the Louisiana Parole Project. Ms. Sturgeon here at the prison is setting him up with his VA benefits, working with the Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs. The Parole Project will assist him with that. Once he has established his benefits with the VA, all of that will transfer to Michigan, where he will reside with his son and be able to get the services that he needs in Michigan. With that, I will respectfully request that the committee grant Mr. Woodcock's request for parole. I've been working with Mr. Woodcock for quite some time. I assisted him on his clemency application. Lately, I've been meeting with him at the prison once a week. His health has declined. He does have needs which we have arranged in his reentry plan to be met. But those current needs, create burdens on the system here that can be met outside of the institution through services that are offered by the Veterans Administration. So we respectfully request that he be granted parole today to the Louisiana Parole Project with the Interstate Compact to Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the opposition. Mr. David Altman.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir.
My uncle was murdered by Mr. Woodcock, who shot him 3 times behind while he was going down the stairs when he was walking in his own home. The death traumatized our family. My grandfather, Armand Cole Sr., died soon afterward. My grandmother spiraled down in tremendous grief and never regained full control of her mind. The insurance money of my uncle was stolen by Mr. Woodcock and his sister, leaving his children, my younger cousins, Pam and Scott, without funds to recover, and they soon had to leave their hometown to start a new life. The police told our family that Mr. Woodcock was a murderer for hire who was implicated in several other killings in various states. Our understanding was Mr. Woodcock received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. But amazing to me, my cousin Scott told me upon hearing of a possibility of a pardon that he would support this request if he could meet in person with Mr. Woodcock and see if he would apologize to him for his crime. Scott traveled across the country for this meeting, received no apology from Mr. Woodcock. Our family humbly asks the board for justice. Please deny this request. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Miss Pam, no?
Thank you. One thing that I want y'all to realize is the person who is the victim in this case, which was Armin Cole. Okay, he was brutally murdered. It was premeditated by my stepmother. And they did it for money. You know, my father and my mother had been divorced for years. My father remarried. He took care of Betty, which was his wife at the time. They were estranged. But the fact remains that I don't, as old as I am, can't still comprehend how we can allow someone who cold-bloodedly killed another individual the opportunity to breathe fresh air and be paroled. I can't wrap my head around that. Now I'm understanding that George is not going to Alabama to his sisters. Now he's going to Michigan. That was never, you know, told to my brother and I, that there's a change of where he's going. My brother lives in Michigan. My brother doesn't live very far from where George Woodcock is going to go. And I don't think that it's fair for the family for this man to go out. Yeah, he's 84. He's not in good health, okay? But he murdered an individual in cold blood, premeditated. This was planned for a very long time, and then it happened. It happened during Christmas. This is what I got a call at work 2 days before Christmas that my father was dead. And then it has snowballed to this. I am not a resentful person. I am not any of that, but I don't feel that, you know, you three have the power. You have the power to keep this man in there, okay? I don't care how sick he is. He was given life with no parole. Life. He's still alive. He's not dead yet. And all I ask is that you keep him in it. They seem to be taking very good care of him right now. You know, I just want you to remember that the victim in this case is Armin Cole. He was murdered, okay? And I want you to consider that because our family has gone through a lot of stuff. I've lost all my uncles and aunts. I've lost my grandparents because of this. They died way too young. They couldn't handle it. My daddy was the firstborn. And my aunt and my uncle saw it all through and they have deceased. So now it's up to the cousins and there's not many of us. You know, so please take into consideration that George Woodcock is not the man that, you know, yeah, he's remorseful. What is he gonna do at the age of 84? But it's just the idea that he murdered my father in cold blood for money. For money. And I just, that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming. We appreciate it. Darlene LeBlanc.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been listening to things and all these accomplishments that Woodcock has achieved to be supposedly a good person. My uncle never got a chance. He never got the chance to demonstrate what his achievements were. And I don't have the responsibility for that. That's how we were brought up as a family. You ask any of our friends about the Cole family, they'll tell you if one Cole goes, then maybe 10 people would go to the event. Spend time with my whole family with special occasions or last minute get togethers, whatever it was, but that changed in December of 1970. Natural death in your family are part of your life that you come to accept, but not anymore, and I'm not going to accept it. Why was money worth killing my uncle? Why? It's just money. Why did my uncle didn't see the evil in Betty and George Woodcock? We don't know. Why should George Woodcock, who was sentenced to life imprisonment, like y'all, our family members can say, first degree murder, get out of prison? Because of his age, everybody gets old. But it's like, you go back on your word. He was found guilty, and now it's like he's not guilty, and he can go free. I don't think freedom should be part of his life. Thank you.
Okay. That's all of our speakers. Now we have, this case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis will ask a few questions of the offender.
Good morning, Mr. Woodcock. How are you? And I guess I understand that he has a hearing problem. Would you relate to him? I wanted to ask the question, if he is remorseful and has he ever reached out to the family?
He can't.
No. He can't.
Can't reach out to the family.
Okay. Is he remorseful? Ask him, is he remorseful?
The question that Mr. Tillis is asking you is, are you remorseful for your crime? Can you speak
Yes,
to
sir.
that? Can you speak to that?
I'm sorry I did that, but I really don't have an excuse. Except I'm a recovering alcoholic. And when I get on a lot of alcoholic, there ain't nothing I can't do.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Woodcock did, as part of the victims awareness, that program has participants write a victim accountability letter. That's included in the packet I submitted to you.
Yeah, I saw it. I went through it. I went through this case 2 or 3 times, trying to figure out, why. He's done a good job. Since he's been there, it seems like he's changed. So I have no more questions.
So, do you have any questions?
No.
What happened to the insurance policy? Was it paid out to the daughter?
Mr. Prince asking you, what happened to the insurance policy?
The insurance company paid my sister.
Do we know how much that policy was worth?
There wasn't any problem with the insurance company.
The question was, do you recall how much that policy was worth?
$250,000.
Okay, and did you know you were gonna share in that money?
What is that?
He said, did you know that you were going to share it in that money?
No, sir.
So this wasn't planned by your sister, and then she was gonna give you part of the money.
Mr. Prince asking you about the plans with your sister.
All she did was provide me with information.
So you gotta kind of explain to me, I mean, what was the thought process behind this murder? Why did you kill him?
Mr. Freeman's question is, what is the thought process behind the murder? Why did you kill him?
Say again.
The question is your thought process at the time of the murder.
As close as I can remember, sir. I was drinking, and when I'm drinking, like I said, I can do just about anything.
Mr. Freeman, the record's always been clear that there was a conspiracy with Mr. Woodcock, his sister, and
Yeah,
the
but
co-defendant.
See if he would admit it. That's why I'm questioning. Okay. So I have no further questions. Okay, now it would time to vote. So,
If that remains a concern, I just want to make sure Mr. Woodcock is clear on the questioning. I met with him yesterday after, he went to the infirmary tomorrow, yesterday morning. And I just want to make sure that he's clear on questioning. If that remains an issue for the committee, I can help and pursue that line of questioning a little bit more for the committee.
I think you've already, I read the, file. We don't need to, clear it up anymore. Like I said, I was just looking for the admission. Is the panel ready to vote? You don't make.
I would like to go into executive session.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for an executive session to discuss confidential information. Can I have a roll call, please?
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Yes. We will be right back. We're going back to talk about things. All right, we're gonna call this, hearing back to order. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
Mr. Timmons.
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Okay, we're back in session now and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be the first to vote.
Mr. Woodcock, because of the nature of this crime, and I read it very well, my vote's going to be to deny today.
Mr. Leno?
My vote is to deny parole today. You have a good time date of 2028. I know your health is poor. But that's my vote, as victim opposition.
Okay. Okay, and, well, your parole's already been denied because it takes a unanimous decision. I would have voted to grant it just because of your age and your health and what you've done in prison, but today your parole has been denied.
Thank you.
Okay, we're prepared to go. Our next item of business will be Mr. Herbert Fuselier. He's here for parole today. Mr. Fuselier, state your name and DLC number.
Herbert James Fuselier,
Okay, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
290-866.
Okay, Mr. Fuselier, you're a first offender. You have a parole date of 10/27/23. Good time date of 9/16/38, a full term date of 3/11/2089. You received a life sentence for second degree murder. It was commuted to 99 years. Does that information sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Fuselier?
Mr. Fuselier is a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to work in the library at Camp F. He only had 2 DBs, his last one being 9/23/1992, almost 34 years ago. He participated in anger management, 100 hours, substance abuse, T4C, victim awareness, and his Tiger is low. Mr. Fuselier seems to be a model inmate here. We don't have much trouble out of him.
Okay. Okay, next we're gonna hear from the people that are here in support. Mr. Kerry Myers of the Parole Project.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We are here to support Mr. Fuselier. Through this process, we have been supporting Mr. Fuselier since his clemency process. His record's exemplary. In the 34 years of his incarceration, not only his work assignments, his disciplinary record, his programming, his community service are all exemplary. We know that 34 years is a long time to be incarcerated, and Parole Project understands that well, because that's why we exist, to assist people like Mr. Fuselier in their transition. Should this board grant his parole today, he will come to us and be in residence for as long as he needs to complete, number one, our phase 1 program, and number 2, as long as he feels the need to continue to get the assistance and mentoring of our program. He'll get assistance in things like financial management, technology. Obviously, technology is critical today. 34 years ago, people did not carry a cell phone. Mr. Fuselier is basically starting from scratch in that. He'll learn social norms. While he's in our program, he'll have a mentor who will work with him daily to help him adjust to the new normal, which would be this world outside of prison. We're here for Mr. Fuselier simply because he's shown such outstanding character, and his record is outstanding during his incarceration. And we would just ask this board to grant his parole today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Next, we'll have Kenny Fuselier, cousin.
Me.
All right.
Fuselier,
what do you have to say?
All right, so Herbert James Fuselier is my basically only relative. Our dads were brothers. We own a farm together. I will be his employer. We've got tons of work. I'm going to be right there working with him. Can't tell you all the things that I could do if I had an extra set of hands with me. It's just 10 times the multiplication. He'll be living with my mother, kind of with me as well, but physically with my mother. So he'll be watched constantly every day, working every day, side by side, the way it should be.
Okay. David Tate, a friend.
You don't have to stand up, sir. Just sit down. She can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I've been coming up to Angola with a group called the Cowboys for Christ Ministry, prison ministry team for about 14 years. My wife's been coming with me for about 11 years, and that's where we met Herb. Herb was a person that would always meet us at the gate to welcome us, greet us. He would help us take any boxes and stuff we had from the parking lot into the chapel that we might be giving out to the inmates. He came to be known as a person with real good high character. He's a person that I feel like anybody can trust. He's a person that never did complain about his conditions or anything up here at Angola. He never did criticize anybody or anything. He just seemed to be a good moral character person. He's a person that I think would help anybody that had a need, whether here at Angola or when he gets out of the community. We became very good friends. His wife, my wife, and myself and him have become close friends. We love each other. We have a drawing that he did of Jesus that he gave to us that we have on our Sunday school wall. I teach Sunday school at a church out in Livingston, and we have that picture of Jesus on our wall. And I shared with my Sunday school class here a few weeks ago that Herb would be having a hearing today, asked them to pray for him. And when I told them that when he gets out, that I will go to the Parole Project and pick him up and take him to Sunday school and church with me, and they'll get to meet him. And when I told them that, they just all started clapping. It's a group of seniors, and they're looking forward to meet him and to love up on him. I'd like to share a couple of stories. I was going to Beaumont, Texas here probably 8 or 9 years ago. And when I got to Lacassine, we pulled off there. I wanted to see where Herb had lived. He had told me where his mother lives. And so we went by to try to find where the place was. When we came to the house, we thought it was his house. No one was home. So I rode on down the road a little piece, and there was a man out in the yard. And so I stopped and spoke to him, introduced myself, told him that I went to Angola and knew a guy named Herb, and asked him if he knew of him. Well, his eyes lit up, and he told me about Herb, how much he really liked him, and how he used to play with one of his children when they were small. And he's had nothing but kind words to say about Herb. Another story real quickly, when my mother died.
Quick, we need to wrap it up.
Okay, in 2016, my mother died, and since then, we've used my mother's house to let inmates that get out of Angola live in, that don't have a place to live. Charge them no rent. When they get a job, they start paying utilities. We've had 2 inmates, Bob Thibodeau, Kyle Hebert. Kyle works at the Livingston Parish Jail now, but we only let people of high character there and good morals. There's about 5 or 6 people here in Angola, of all the years we've been coming, that I really trust that if they were to get out of Angola, I would let them live in my mother's house. Herb Hebert is one of those 5 or 6 people that I look up to and trust to live next door to me if he were to get out. So I just share that to let you know how much we think of him and what a good character person I think he is. And I think he would do well in the community, helping people when he gets out. And I just ask y'all to consider that to release him. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fuselier, tell the board, why should we consider letting you out today? And what happened? What went on that night?
Well, I don't deserve my freedom, but I strongly desire it. Back when this happened, I was not in a good frame of mind. I had no business doing what I've done. I've hurt so many people. I hurt my family. I hurt his family. I had people that depended on me. I let them down. There's parts of this crime I don't want to remember. I think I'm repressing him. I did kill Mr. Ruxtell. I did take from him. I hardly remember my trial. My trial was like a blur to me. I spent my first 2 years here in Angola hating myself. I hated everything about me. And I wanted to change everything about me, and I couldn't do it. I didn't like the way I looked, the way I acted, the way I thought. Became depressed. I was in TU. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't talk. And I finally gave it up to God. I surrendered. And slowly, I was healed. My mind was healed. I had a lot of trauma from my past. I don't blame anybody but myself for any of this. If I could take everything back, I would, but I can't. This one moment of bitterness and anger cost me everything, cost everybody around me. I don't want to hurt anybody else. I've tried everything I can to better myself in here. I've taken programs. I've had to realize that my biggest faults is my selfishness. I had to overcome my own selfishness. I had to reinvent myself. And this has been a long process for 34 years. And I'm always thinking about when I see something beautiful, like a sunrise. I really enjoy a nice sunrise. But I think about my victim, and I'm like, I robbed that from him. I live with a lot of guilt. And I still have a lot. If I live to be 90, I'll still remember what I've done. I still have to live with that. But through God, I've overcome a lot. Through God, I've overcome a lot. I really believe I can do well out there. I could work. I could be a farmer. I want to be a member of a community. I want to be somebody that people can depend on. I want to know what it's like to hold a little baby again. There's so many things I just took for granted in life. And there's so much I robbed others of. I would like to consider a chance. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Fuschler's case is one that I think shows the importance of discretionary parole and why we have discretionary parole, especially in a state where a second-degree murder conviction for a first offender results in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. And that's a mandatory life sentence. So the judge can't consider the context of the crime. The judge can't consider the particular circumstances of the offender. They're mandated by law to give that sentence. And so discretionary parole becomes especially important because it's a recognition of an individual's capacity to change. And Mr. Fuschler's incarceration is an example of someone who demonstrates that capacity for change. And he comes before you today after 34 years of incarceration, a very different person. And we know this because the facts, the record of his incarceration demonstrates it. He has been write-up free for 32 years. His only 2 write-ups occurred right at the beginning of his incarceration. Both resulted in suspended sentences. They weren't serious infractions. And throughout 32 years of his incarceration, he's demonstrated that he follows the rules. He's very well respected here. The job that he has is librarian at Camp F, but also librarian at Death Row. He's actually the senior librarian now here at Angola, so a lot of offenders here know him. But that job as a librarian at Death Row especially, I think, demonstrates the amount of trust that the administration places on Mr. Fuschler. The people who have been around him for 34 years recognize that he can be trusted and that he has the character of someone who can be trusted. He's been a Class A trustee pretty much the entirety of his incarceration. His Tiger score is low. It reflects that he has no likelihood of recidivism. His clemency hearing, I listened to it last week, and the impression that he made on the board at that time was quite remarkable. in their recognition of his level of sincerity and the fact that he had changed. Has demonstrated tenacious work ethic the entire time he's been here at Angola after he got out of TU. He did a brief stint at Elaine Hunt and came back to Angola. And throughout that time, he's never breached the administration's trust of him. There's been no occasion in which he created any situation or was in any situation where that trust was breached. And I think that really demonstrates his true character, because prior to this crime, prior to, his, being very young and over consuming alcohol, becoming an alcoholic, his life was a pretty normal one. And that issue that creates the context for the crime was resolved throughout his incarceration. He's got the full support of the Parole Project. And many people who are currently at the Parole Project know Herb. They were here at Angola with Herb, and they've demonstrated to him that if you do the right things, you do what you're told, you follow the rules, you have an opportunity for release one day. And again, that's the importance of discretionary parole. He has a solid reentry plan, not only with the Louisiana Parole Project, but he has a farm. He's got, significant savings out of an inheritance. So he's got a cushion to release in society and do really well with the support of Kenny, who you heard here, the support of Pat Ortega, his aunt, who planned to be here, but she was diagnosed with COVID yesterday and can't be, and is not feeling that well. But she did want to be here to speak to how she has a place for him in her home. For these reasons, we would request that he be released on parole to serve the remainder of his sentence. This isn't changing his sentence, but serve the remainder of his sentence under community supervision, doing the same positive things that he's demonstrated that he's capable of while he's been in prison. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Okay, we will go to the opposition, Mr. Robert Buck Stutz. I'm sorry about what you said. Rux, okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Parson contacted me a few weeks ago about coming here and speaking on behalf of my family. And I'm the only family left. The last of the generation. There are a lot of Ruxtools in Baton Rouge and a lot of Ruxtools in New Orleans with our cousins and stuff of that nature. I was born and raised in Lake Charles, Louisiana. I went to college in McNeese, and I've served 6 years in the United States Marine. Mr. Fusilier was 23 at the time that on March the 11th, 1990, murdered my brother. At that time, I was in Corpus Christi, Texas, had a business there, which I had for 40 years. When I got a call on the 12th of March, he lived very close to my mother there in Lake Charles, in the Freegan Lake area. And my mother had not heard from him. She's very close. They're very extremely close. And my brother-in-law, Donald J. Broussard, who was married to my sister, Maureen, went over to George's house and found him in what they call the greenhouse. He immediately certainly called me, he called the police department, sheriff's department, which started their investigation at that time. I left Corpus Christi, and following day I was in Lake Charles. The morning of the 13th of March. I met with the sheriff's department. At that time, one of the deputy sheriffs was a good friend of mine. We went to school together. That was Theos of DeLeon, who later became the sheriff of Cameronburg. And we discussed it, and the reason they caught Mr. Fusilier, to my understanding, was that he was trying to pawn some of the things that he stole from my brother's home. And I went to this home later on and along with one of my nephews. And, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Vietnam combat veteran. I had my men die in my arms. No one wants to clean up brains and blood. Parole. Don't wish that on anyone. Why he has been incarcerated, as we just heard, he's been a model prisoner. If he hadn't killed my brother, he probably could have been a model citizen. But he murdered my brother, in cold blood. I believe in our judicial system. A jury of his peers found him guilty. And he was sentenced to murder, second degree, to serve a life in prison. And I think that should stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tillis, this case has been assigned to you, so, you get the honor of starting the question.
Good morning, Mr. Herbert. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Could you tell me if you were friends with the young man?
Sir?
Were you friends with the guy you shot?
There's a lot of things between me and him that I didn't want to remember. And I don't like speaking ill against the dead, and I'm sorry for killing him. I was a victim of his at one point when I first left home. It's hard to explain, and I can't explain it even to myself. I sat at his house one night and drank, woke up in handcuffs. And I never did want to talk about this anymore. And throughout the years, he would get back in contact with me, trying to pull me back in and talk to me. And I was mentally ill. I was 17 when this happened. And I was 21 whenever I killed him. There's no excuse for what I done. There's a lot of things, like I said, I really don't want to remember, and a lot of things I don't remember. I did kill him. I did do this. I am sorry. There's no excuse. Like I said in the beginning, I don't deserve my freedom. I desire it. I desire a second chance. I desire a redemption. That's a strong word in my life. When I was sitting in TU here, God healed me. I knew your brother. And I am so sorry that I've robbed from you.
I read your case and I read through it and I read the police report. And I noticed on there that you said that you told the officer eventually that you killed him and you would do it again if you had the chance.
I don't
You
remember that.
saying- It's in the record.
I don't remember that. I don't even remember my trial.
But you have no doubt that you would have said something.
I probably did say that, yes. I probably did. There's no denying that.
Why did you rob him? What made you rob him?
Actually, I had money. At first, it was like I was taking things I thought meant something to him, something sentimental. And I can't explain that either. But I took lots of things. And it's like when I woke up in the morning, I'm like, what all have I done? I've had to live with that all these years, the guilt and the shame of it.
I see. I have no more questions. Mr. Good.
Mr. Fusilier,
Yes, ma'am.
community, law enforcement would be opposed to your release. How would you overcome that?
I'm sorry?
The community law enforcement would be opposed to your release. How could you overcome that?
Oh, I'd have to show them I'm gonna be a model citizen out there. I'm gonna be working hard. I want to be a member of a community, a member of a family. I don't want to go out there and do wrong. I don't want to harm anybody. I want to live a life of peace and work.
I have no further.
Okay, what classes have you taken?
I've taken all kinds. After the pardon board, I took victims awareness, and victims awareness made me see things from everybody else's eyes instead of my own and my own family's. Made me even realize how many people I have hurt. I hurt Mr. Ruxpill's family. I hurt his friends. Everybody has been a victim to this. My mom and dad died thinking I was going to come home. I was all they had, and they depended on me. They died back in 2018. I believe they're still watching. I believe they're here with me now. I'm not alone.
All right, I have no further questions. Is the board prepared to vote? Yes. Okay, Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Herbert, because of the nature of the crime and the opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Fusilier, I fully expected to come in here and hear a different response from you. I really did. You've impressed me in the interview. I've done this a while. I rarely see such significant remorse. You have done everything you can. My vote would be to grant today.
You know, I've also believed you've done everything you can, but now it's just about doing the time.
Yes,
You know, I mean, for this offense, 34 years is not a whole lot. But if you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna get out. But my vote today would be to deny. Your vote today, your parole has been denied.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we are calling the parole board back to order. With me today, I'm the chairman. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. To the left is Mr. Tillis. My name is Pete Freeman. Today, we will be hearing the Marcus Harris for his parole hearing. Marcus is a first felony offender, has a parole date of 8/19/24, a good time date of 8/23/32, and a full term date of 8/19/39. He was sentenced to 40 years for the offense of manslaughter. Does that sound correct, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
Would you give me your name and DLC number, sir?
My name is Marcus Harris. My DLC number is 425215.
Okay. Mr. Harris, first off, I want you to tell me, why do you think you should be paroled today? And tell me about the crime you committed.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to sit before the board. If this board chooses to grant me parole today, I can assure you that I understand what it means to be a citizen, to be part of a community. At 15 years old, these things I didn't understand. I didn't understand what liberty and the power of choices was, and how choice can affect people's lives. At 15 years old, I made a choice to take Kermit's married life, and that was the choice that I've been regretting for the last 25 years of my life. And if I ever had the opportunity to re-enter society, I would want my community, I would want the married family, everybody that I hurt to understand that I'm very remorseful, and I apologize. The crime itself, as I stated earlier, I made a very bad decision in my life. On November 29, 1997, me and several guys were together at my home, and an argument began between me and another guy in the house. And Kermit married, intervened in this argument, and it escalated. And I had a gun. And I pulled the gun out, I fired several rounds, killing him. And as I stated earlier, that's a decision that I made in my life. I understand that I can't change what happened. But I just want the married family and the people that I hurt it to understand that I'm sorry. I apologize. I just ask for forgiveness.
Okay. Warren, what do you have to say about Mr. Harris?
Mr. Harris is a minimum aid trustee assigned to the MAG 3 dorm, which is our reentry dorm. And he works at the Carpenter Tutor and as a reentry mentor for reentry court. He's a graduate of the Carpenter School and also the Welding School. He attended substance abuse 100-hour pre-release. He completed his GED, anger management. He did parenting, Inside Out Dad, T4C, More Compass. He did Tyrol leadership, and his Lorna score is low. He's also an HIV peer educator, and he also has his driver's license. I can tell you that Mr. Harris has been a model citizen here at Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary. I myself have called on him several times for youngsters that come in here. I gave him 2 youngsters to mentor that wasn't even in the reentry court program, but they were sentenced to life here at Angola at an early age, one being 17 and one being 19. And he took them under his wings, and one of them was very hard-headed, but once he got with Marcus and Marcus explained things to him and, you know, kind of led him on to know that if you get things right, things can change, your whole situation can change. He became a model inmate. He started participating in carpentry and everything. And just like Marcus, this guy can start off young and get everything that he needs to get to make sure that he get to have the same day that Marcus had in front of y'all asking for forgiveness. So I really do think Marcus has paid his price while he's here, and I think he's ready to re-enter society and be a successful citizen.
Okay, thank you, Warden.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're gonna go for those that are in favor. First off, I wanna have the people at Angola, please introduce yourself and name your relationship to the offender.
Good morning. My name is Amber Harris. I am the niece of Marcus Harris.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harris.
We don't have to stand.
Go out and stand up, ma'am.
My name is Betty Harris. I'm the mother of Marcus Harris.
Okay, Ms. Harris, okay.
My name is Yvette Harris. I'm the sister of Marcus Harris.
Okay, Miss Yvette, you're gonna be one of our speakers today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next.
Good morning. My name is Cornisha James, and I'm the niece of Marcus Harris.
Hey, good morning.
Oh.
Joanna.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Harris. I'm the nephew of Marcus Harris.
And good morning. I'm Demetria Brown, and I'm the cousin of Marcus Harris.
Those at headquarters who are here for Mr. Harris, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, my name is Tara. I'm a friend of Marcus Harris.
Okay,
Good morning, my name is Joyce Cole, and I'm Marcus auntie.
okay,
Good morning, my name is Melania Jones, and I'm a friend of Tara Lee, and I'm a friend of Marcus Stanley.
okay.
Good morning, my name is Hilton Hill, and I'm a former Congress person. I'm a friend of Harris.
Okay, and you're gonna be one of our speakers also, Mr. Hill, correct? All right, and who else?
Good morning. I'm Ashley Bond. I'm Marcus Harris.